So at this time, we are about half an hour after the opening of the New York session. So we're gonna just take a look at the higher time frame first to see where we are and to continue following the moves that could present from here. So basically on the hourly, and as we can see from this point here, from basically last Wednesday, we started to see some bearishness coming into the market. We had the start of a bearish cycle on the hourly here. We had this distribution that came up and validated. We had this momentum MB1 here. This took a little bit longer here, but finally got validated through this move. This was basically during yesterday's price action. And we had then a momentum MB2 from this point here that came back to test the 20 EMA. And now basically from the start of the session here, we had a new push to the downside here that validated MMB2. So we are currently on the continuation, basically on this bearish market cycle on the hourly. So we would take a look at our context time frame, which is basically the 10-minute time frame. I'm just gonna take this label here. So let's take a look at the most recent price action. We came up to this point here, and through this flush on the hourly, we came here to the 20 EMA. We had some sort of a distribution building up right here. So this was our distribution MB on the context time frame, and from there we had basically a validation of this distribution NB, and price basically moved with a nice push to the downside here after market opened. Now if we go to our validation time frame, so we're just now gonna get and take a look here. So out of this distribution B, this is basically this area here that we had. And then this is the time that we had the bearish momentum coming in after the opening of the market. So from there, we certainly had some sort of distribution around this area. We can take this high here to account for that distribution MB, and from there we saw a validation, and then we started to see a cycle developing. So first we had this move here up to this high. Price then consolidated a little bit around that area there, came into the 10 EMA, and then validated this momentum MB1, and then basically price moved surfing the 5 EMA until this point when we had a new pause and a new flush out of this momentum MB2, and price basically came here back once again a little bit below the 10 EMA. So there was one opportunity there. We're gonna take a look at this in a moment, and now we are sort of building here what seems to be a momentum MB3. So we could start looking for a possible entry there if price gets here at least to the 10 EMA, and then gives us some buildup of a double MB that could give us an entry. So I'm gonna switch to my other screen here to take a look there. I'm gonna just erase this. We're gonna discuss this a little bit later. So in this case, this is the flush that I was looking to follow, but in this case, price is still pushing here to the downside, and has not given us the chance to get, based on my current system, a proper flush at least to the 20. So this is nothing that we could follow, at least for now. So getting back here where we were talking about what just happened on this momentum MB2, there was a flush there from this point here, so we can draw a containment line from this point through this high here. So this is our containment line. And let's take a look back there. So where was I? Basically here, discussing this flush that we had on this momentum MB2, basically through this line here. And from there we had some double MB here building up. So this was one kind of weird somehow, because we had this big MMB1, and then we had basically up to this point. This is where I look at that one. Why here and not before? Because at this point the entry point would have been right at the containment line. In this case, through this momentum, through this MMB2, the tap would have been at this point, so above the EMA and above rising, above the containment line and above rising EMAs. So this would have been the perfect tap at that point. The reason why I avoided such an entry was basically because of the such different sizes on the MBs that we had here. But certainly there was something here that played out very nicely. We take a look here at our at the position that would have been placed there. The stop for that position would have been right around here. This is one of the other reasons that I do not normally like such setups here, because I usually prefer when I have a stop that is below the EMAs here when they start turning from going downwards to going upwards. But in this case, as the move had already begun and we were somehow a little bit above at this area, this is the best way that we could use a stop on this move. And well, in this case, this one played, I believe, very nice right to our predefined take profit. So at this point we would have basically reached our take profit a little bit above the or right at the validation of this MMB2 on our 1 minute time frame. So this was a pretty nice entry here. So just due to this is basically the reason why I decided to avoid the trade, and also taking somehow into consideration that we still had some chance of price failing here for a touch of the 20. So that made me hesitate at that point, but this was certainly something that was fully valid to get positioned. So at this point now, I would be waiting here to see. I tried to look for a flush here out of MMB3, but that did not happen. Price did not came to the 20. Now it's now we're seeing some flush here from this high through this one candle. Again, still not touching the 20. So this is basically waiting time for me to see if we could get some proper flush here that could lead to an entry opportunity. So we're getting here some flush now from this high down to the 20. So I'm gonna try to follow this. So this would be sort of the containment line. We are getting down to the 20 at this point. Now we should wait to see if there's going to be some sort of double MV buildup if price decides to bounce here from this area and give us an entry. So let's wait to see how that goes. So we're still at the 20 EMA on the validation time frame. We should start to see sellers come in. Otherwise, this would probably end up being a failure here on this momentum MB. So we have 13 seconds for this candle on the 1 minute to close. So we gotta see if this is gonna be a candle close below the EMAs. So the candle closed below. Now we should see if we hope to get a move out of here. We should see sellers coming right away to basically push this EMA and avoid it to point downwards, and then to have some sort of double MB buildup around this area for an entry above the containment line. So we gotta wait for that. In case we have this candle closing below the EMAs, that should be an indication for us to basically dismiss this move. So this candle is about to close here on the 1 minute, and we had basically a close below a second candle close below the EMAs. So price kind of is building some sort of consolidation around this area. So it seems to be showing the intention to break the consolidation here to the upside as part of the bullish move, just confirming the fact that this would be a failing of the MMB that we were following. So this is basically the momentum MB that we were following. So as this is very close to this height, I consider this basically the same MMB. So for me, this would be still a momentum MB3, but at this point, this is kind of failing. So we should wait to see if this would be some sort of deeper flush here into the 5 or the 10 or even the 20 EMA on the context time frame. So we should wait for that. So at this time, that price is getting here below the EMAs on the validation time frame. We have to wait either for a continuation to the upside here until we get some sort of a consolidation, and then a new build-up here of price basically around this area, and then a distribution MB validated here into a new cycle. So we would wait for a flush out of MMB1 and then an entry out of a double MB here. But at this point, the only thing that we should do is basically wait to see if that consolidation, if it wants to come, if it'll come, or where it's gonna build. There's a chance here that this pause here that we are looking at right now developing on the context would be part of a momentum MB 1 on the context. So this flush here could very well come either to the 5, the 10, or the 20, and then as soon as we see some sort of build up to the upside with the distribution MB validated and a new momentum MB cycle building up, that's the time where we could once again get involved. But at this time, it's basically just waiting time for us. So what I'm gonna do at this time is I'm just gonna pause the recording, and I'll be back when we have a new update on this price action, and if this becomes something worth following. So we're certainly getting some reaction here. So we could very well label this here
10 seconds.
as some sort of distribution MB.
Draw of 6.014 million, a draw of 6.014 million compared to the expected draw of spot 850 million. Gasoline inventory is a draw of 2.720 million, draw of 2.720 million compared to the expected draw of 0.317 million. Distillate inventory is a build of 2.34 million compared to the expected build of 1.478 million. Crude Cushing inventory is a build of 0.419 million. Just keep an eye on WTI crude oil. Did see a wick up towards the upside.
So now we are seeing, as this distribution was validated, we are having price going away from the EMAs. So this could very well lead to the buildup of a new
We have
bearish
the EIA weekly petroleum status report on the feed for you to read through.
Of a new bearish momentum cycle. So at this point, we should wait for a flush here to the EMAs to see if something can be built. So we're building here some sort of pause. Now we gotta see if this is gonna go at least to the 10 EMA. So we're still waiting for price to come here and touch our 10 EMA. We're still not there. And it seems we are getting the move out of this point. So now when you see it seems to be, or it's that
See
at some
Brent crude
point
futures holding gains up above
price touched the 10, but this is basically due to the fact of the way that the EMAs are kind of forming when they develop. But at this time, when we were watching that, there was certainly still no touch there. So maybe here we can argue that there was some sort of entry out of this. So this was a double MB, which would have led to some sort of move up to the high of the MMB here, but not actually a true move for me based on my rules, where I'd like here to see basically a real touch here of the 10 EMA. So I'm just going to put a label here. This is basically our expectancy of this being MMB1. So now price seems to be building some sort of flush here. Now let's see if this comes to the 20. So now price is once again pushing up to this high here. This is becoming somehow weaky, as we can see here. So not a good sign here in terms of the price action that is involved there. So we have to be careful when seeing such wicks. So now we are getting a touch of the 20 here. So this is something that I am not gonna follow at this time due to all these weeks. And basically here again, it's the first time that we have a flush and price coming to the 20. And in terms of the setup, we could say that there's a double MB out of this move here, which basically would be in accordance to our rules, where we see a buy stop above the containment line and above rising EMAs. But due to all this weaky price action, I am gonna just stay on the sidelines. And the other thing is that the space that I have here, at least to the validation of the MMB, is quite small, basically half the size of my stop. So that's another thing that I look when I am basically considering a trade. So this one would be not worth the risk for me. So this is not something that I would take. And yeah, as we can see just from a visual here on the entry time frame, this has become a very large, in this case, on this time frame, consolidation. So it's not a true flush here or a clean flush that then develops into a nice double MB. So nothing for us there. So now we can see that MMB1 was finally validated here on the validation time frame, as we can see through this candle close above this high. So now we gotta see if this will be a sustained bearish move, a sustained new bearish cycle, or if this one is somehow gonna fail. So just taking a look at the context time frame, there was certainly a strong move here, a bearish move, which just from the size of the bodies here on these bearish candles, they somehow seem that could be getting exhausted at this point, and this could lead to some natural, in this case, flush here on the context time frame before getting a new leg developed. So basically a flush into the EMAs for then a new leg into the downside in this case. So we gotta be careful there. And in terms here on the cycle that we saw developing on the entry, we had basically a cycle that came here up to MMB3, which was not validated, failed, and then we started to follow this as a possible continuation to the downside. But as we see this candles now becoming some smaller candles, so kind of showing us some exhaustion here on this move, it wouldn't be completely wrong to think that we are gonna see some sort of reset here before any possible continuation to the downside. So let's wait for that. So just in case we have a clear move here to the downside away from the EMAs, followed by a clear flush into the EMAs, that could lead into the chance for new continuation setups to the downside. But for that, we certainly need to see a clear move away from the EMAs, which are kind of at this point going basically parallel, and we'd like to see them, well, we'd like to see price go away from the EMAs and then come back as a flush to the 10 or 20. So we are gonna just wait for that to happen.
Seeing US stocks extend fall, S&P 500 down 1%. According to the Wall Street Journal now, Trump is considering firing Lisa Cook for cause.
So at this time, I just drew this containment line here, basically just to follow this one. But this is not, again, the best price action to follow. In this case, we had certainly a move from this EMA that came above this high, basically just throughout this one candle.
Further into this piece, then Trump told aides he's
and after that, we had basically a comeback through a strong bullish candle back here to the EMAs, even touching the 20. So this is basically a flush that basically comes out of just one candle, you could say, maybe one candle and a little bit action of this other. So normally this is not, again, good price action for me, at least, to follow. I normally like to see some good development of a move away from the EMAs and then a comeback through some candles, several candles, through a smooth move, so not one or two strong candles, so a smooth move back to the EMAs, and from there we start seeing some sort of double MB buildup that meets the conditions for the entry. So in this case, this is basically this would have been the buy stop at that point, and as you can see, this would have been a tap in immediately going into drawdown. So this is why I do not take any of this sort of setups into consideration. So at least for me, this has become kind of unclear in terms of the strength we need to see for in this case, the cycle to develop. And we can see basically the difference here from this action to this one that we had basically right at the start of the session. So we came here, had this MMB buildup, and as soon as that validated, we had a strong move away from the EMAs here, and then a comeback through several candles that came here below the 10, and then we had the buildup that we discussed earlier, and that one led to this move. And from there, we were following this one here that failed, and now this new cycle that we were trying to follow, basically it's not showing the strength or the intention needed to basically build the way we need in order to get positioned. So this is gonna be some waiting time for me until I see some clear action in order to get involved. So once again, either a strong bearish intention away from the EMAs and then a comeback to the EMAs, or a failure here at this time from this point here on the context time frame, and some sort of flush into the EMAs on the 10-minute. So that would lead into once again the failure here on our validation, and then we would have to wait for price to basically come here to either one of these EMAs and then start pausing and bouncing from the EMAs for a new bearish cycle buildup. So this is basically what we have to wait at this point.
Five minutes away until we get text and Q&A with Feds Waller. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. 1 minute to go down till we get text from Fed's wallet. Remember, the video is on the feed. Ten seconds. Fed's wallet said Fed could benefit from more engagement with innovators. Payment system evolution is a story of tech advancement. Fed is conducting research on tokenization and AI in payments. Microsoft curbs early access for Chinese firms to cyber flaws. Further detail into this end, Microsoft has curtailed Chinese companies' access to advanced notifications about cybersecurity vulnerabilities in its technology after investigating whether the leak led to a series of hacks exploiting flaws in its SharePoint software. The change, which occurred last month, will limit access for program participants in countries where they're required to report vulnerabilities to their governments, which would include China, according to Dave Cuddy, a Microsoft spokesperson. The goal of Microsoft Active Protections Program, or MAP, is to provide security software companies around the world with early details about flaws in Microsoft products so they can provide updated protections for their customers faster. The announcement from Microsoft follows a campaign of cyber attacks that Microsoft blamed on state-sponsored hackers in China who targeted security weaknesses in SharePoint servers. More than 400 government agencies and corporations were breached in the SharePoint attacks, including the US's National Nuclear Security Administration, responsible for designing and maintaining the nation's nuclear weapons. We have posted out Fed's Waller's speech on the feed for you to read through. So also to reminder, there was no comment on monetary policy or economic outlook in prepared remarks.
Um, so at this point, we're kind of looking price failing here on this cycle that we were following. I actually placed here a label on this high here as MMB2, but as we discussed just before, this was kind of not an optimal price action to follow. So even though this was some sort of cycle where we had MMB1 and MMB2 validated, the way that price presented was not optimal for us to take a trade. And in addition, this was sort of what we were anticipating that could happen here. So price was getting somehow exhausted here on this move to the downside, and we were anticipating at some point to get some sort of flush on the context time frame. So I'm just gonna move this label up to this high. So this would be for us the MMB1 that is currently building, and on the validation time frame we are seeing price going well below the EMAs as part of this flush here. So now the question will be, when is price gonna start building some sort of stage one, if it's gonna be out of this EMAs here. So at this time is basically going below the 5 EMA on the context, and we have to see how deep this flush is gonna go, and if we are gonna start to see some sort of stage one developing into new stage twos to the bearish side to get some opportunities for getting positioned. So we gotta wait further to see if this is something that could come a little bit later.
And Fetzwell has begun speaking. according to CNBC interview. US FHFA's Pod says we're also probing some property that Governor Cook has in Massachusetts.
There's still nothing for us to do at this time. As anticipated, we are seeing this flush here as part of the context time frame. Basically a strong move to the upside here. Basically even no pause here, I would say, on the validation time frame on the move to the upside. So we went directly through the 5, through the 10, and now we're heading up to the 20 EMA. So we gotta wait and see if there's gonna be some reaction from this area or on the 20 for some sort of stage 1, some consolidation into a validated distribution and be on our validation time frame. So at this point, we will keep on waiting to get a proper price action that could lead into an entry opportunity for us today.
Nasdaq 100 trims decline to less than 1%.
So at this time, we're basically seeing price come here up to the 20 EMA, and now even going a little bit under that, we're getting close here to the 200 EMA on the 1 minute, and we are also basically at the 5 EMA on our 1 hour C2 time frame. So it is possible that we can start seeing some sort of pause here and maybe a reaction from this point if sellers start coming in and trying to push once again price lower, now that we have already had this flush here on our context time frame. So we're gonna be just waiting for that to see if this is the time when sellers would start stepping in due to the position where we are right now in reference to the EMAs on our context and on our two context time frames, the 1 hour and the 10-minute. So we're gonna just wait for that to see if there's some sort of stage 1 buildup around this area.
According to US Senator Bernie Sanders, he welcomes Trump administration plan to convert Intel's CHIPS Act award into government-held stake.
So we're kind of getting some sort of pause here, some sort of stage one building. So we're getting for sure some reactions and some sellers come in at this point, just as we described just a moment ago. So what we have to do now is basically wait here if there's going to be some sort of bounce from this area that could lead into a new distribution MB being fully validated out of this time frame, and then basically price going away from the EMAs, and then they come back to the EMAs for a possible bearish or for a possible sell or for a possible entry to the downside. So now it's just again a matter of waiting to see if that's something that could be presented through this session. So at this time we are about 2 hours and 10 minutes into the session today. And just a quick recap. So we had the start of the session with this bearish momentum. We had this opportunity here through MMB2, the one that we discussed, that actually gave a very nice opportunity just with the clear or making the clarification that we discussed earlier in terms of the sizes of the MMBs that were formed here. But apart from that, this trade here basically met all the conditions that we need, and this one made a move as we expected. After that, we tried to follow this here on this flush that failed, and then we had the cycle here, but was kind of a kind of weird price action here, so there was no opportunity for us to get involved. And after that, we had this failure here on the validation time frame, which is basically the flush on our context time frame. So at this point, we gotta wait to see what happens around this area, if this is something that will fully fail on the context. And so at that point, that would mean that the C2 is looking for a deeper flush here, or if we start seeing some sort of consolidation around this area and a new move to the downside, that is certainly something where we could once again try to get positioned. So at this time, this is just waiting time. This is part of the job in this case, not to try to force any trades or try to get position when there's no alignment, at least based on the system that I am following. So in this case, there is nothing for us to take. On the last recording that I uploaded, the backtesting session from August 15th to August 19th, there is a good example there of one day, which was Monday, where there were no trades at all throughout the whole session, as the price action basically did not met all the criteria that we need in order for us to get positioned. So it's interesting to note that even on this lower time frames, and in my case with a 5-second entry, we have to be patient and we have to wait for our criteria to be met before entering a trade. And there are certain or there could be certainly the possibility of having some days, such as this past Monday, where we had absolutely no entry opportunity presented there. So it's important to note that, to be patient, so not to force anything, and just to wait for the right moment to basically get positioned, so that we try to basically play our edge. Of course, it does not mean that every trade that we play, even though we wait for our rules, will be or will give us expected results. There are certainly times when that will fail, even though we have everything aligned. But basically, if we execute that system consistently over time, at that time is basically when we start to see results after executing a good number of trades following the system. So just a little bit of talk there. Now that we have basically nothing else to do but to wait for a proper time to execute a trade. So just gonna keep on waiting and see how this is gonna go from this point here. So at this point, we're starting to see some bearish reaction out of this area. So basically, I'm gonna just put a label here on this high, which would basically be the distribution MB that we were expecting. And as we had this candle close above this high, this becomes a valid distribution MB. So now we are enabled at this point to look for a move away from the EMAs here, and then a comeback to the EMAs to look for a possible entry opportunity to the downside. So now we gotta wait to see how far price is gonna go here as part of this move to the downside on this bearish momentum, and to see how a flush could present and basically follow that flush in order to look for basically a smooth containment line through the flush and the buildup of a double NB that would enable us to get positioned to the downside. So let's wait to see how that presents. So at this point, this here, this high, could be labeled as MMB1. I was looking for an entry out of that, but we did not come here to the 10 EMA. We just completed the move here out of the 5 EMA. So there was actually some sort of possible entry here through this double MB, so this MMB1 and MMB2. And this would be probably a running trade at this point, as we had no chance to break even, and this one would be now probably, I'm not sure, we had to place we have to use the tool to place the trade, but I would say this would have ended up probably as a break even trade. But again, this is something that I normally do not take due to the fact that my system forces me to wait at least for a touch of the 10. The only exception that I see there valid is when a move starts, and basically out of MMB1, when we have a strong move in the desired direction, we normally do not get a flush to the 20, we just get to the 5, and then we get a continuation, such as in this case. But most of the time, based on my back testing, what happens is that price makes some move and then comes back to entry point, and sometimes we get the chance to close at break even, or sometimes it goes directly to the stop loss. So that's the reason why I normally prefer to wait at least for a touch of the 20, and that's something that is sort of presenting at this time here. We're kind of getting a new flush here from this high to the 20, so I'm gonna just try to follow this to see if there could be something out of there. So we're getting this flush, we're getting here into the 20 EMA. So we gotta see if there would be some sort of buildup. Of an double MB. So we gotta wait for a double MB buildup and a buy stop above this containment line. So this is still not presenting. So we had this candle close below the EMA. So at this point we have to see if sellers are gonna push price once again to the downside from this area, or if this is gonna be a failure on this momentum MB. So we're getting strong momentum to the upside. and we're getting 2 consecutive candles closing below the EMAs, and now all the EMAs are pointing downwards. So this is giving us the indication that we must stay out of this trade. Of this trade idea, I mean. So at this time, after the failure here on the move that we were following, which actually led to no entry, we basically saw the continuation to the upside here. And right now, price is basically resting or staying below the EMAs on the context time frame. And at this point, we can see that all the EMAs, including the 20, are starting to point downwards. So our initial idea was to get some reaction and an accumulation and the start of a new bearish cycle from this point here. So a bounce from the 20 EMA on our context time frame. But this, at least as of now, is failing, and we are getting a deeper flush on the hourly, just as we mentioned before. That was another option to see developing throughout this session here. So at this point, we can also put a label up here, as this move up to this high is basically our MMP3 on our hourly time frame. And now we're getting this flush here, which came into the 5, and now it's coming to the 10 EMA. So our overall bias is still bearish. So that's based on the higher time frame that we have here. So at this point, we have to wait still, probably a little bit longer, to see if there's going to be some sort of reaction out of this point here, which is the 10 EMA on our hourly, and once again to wait for a build-up out of the context time frame. So at this point, we honestly have to wait again, probably a little bit longer, to see if there's going to be some stage 1 building around this area, and to see price once again coming above the EMAs. So at this time, we are fully out of any possibility for a sell trade, due to the fact that we are basically going below the EMAs on our context time frame. And just at this point, it does not make any sense to change our bias and start looking for buys, as we have basically price going below the EMAs on the context. as we are well aware of where we are as part of the higher time frame cycle that basically is this, as we have been discussing earlier. So at any time here, as part of this flush, we can start once again seeing the buildup of a new bearish momentum. So it doesn't make sense to look for buys, at least as of now. We gotta wait. Right now we are almost 3 hours into the session, and nothing has presented, as there has been basically no alignment for us to get involved. We were looking here for a possible entry, as we were having in this case all our different time frames were aligning based on our system, but there was no valid entry out of this move here, and the move basically failed. So at this time we have basically to stay on the sidelines and keep on waiting. So I'm just gonna wait and see how this is gonna keep on developing throughout the session, and see if it will be worth actually to keep on following price, or if we just stop the recording if we see this is gonna keep on failing. And I would in this case be coming back later as soon as we get basically conditions and price action that would allow us to get into a trade. At this point, basically this is for us kind of no man's land, so there's no chance for us here to get involved. So there's a lot of waiting, I anticipate, here before we can take some sort of move into this. So I'm just gonna wait a little bit longer here, and if this again keeps on failing and we see a deeper flush here on the hourly into the 20, I will probably just stop the recording and come back later if price action gives us something that would be aligning with our bias, with our overall bias, and aligning all the time frames to get positioned. So
Devin's going out to begin the 20-year bond auction, with the US looking to sell $16 billion in 20-year notes. The prior high yield of 4.935%, a prior bid cover of 2.79. So it's taking a look to strategist commentary here from JP Morgan, late Tuesday note, said in recent cheapening and improvement in market depth in sector should allow the auction to be digested smoothly. Also, looking at the latest CFTC positioning data, shows speculators were net short 61k classic bond futures contracts, a possible source of demand for the auction. 5 minutes to go now to get the US 20 auction with a prior high yield of 4 spot 935%, prior bid cover 2 spot 79.
So at this point, we're starting to see some sellers coming in and the start of a bearish move. But since we are still below the EMA here on the context time frame, we are still, or we are not still enabled to look into possible entries. So at this time, we have to wait to see if the bearish move is gonna sustain through the EMAs here, and we get price positioned above the EMAs here on the context time frame, at which time we would certainly be enabled once again to look into sales. But as of now, we still have to wait to see if price gets positioned in a way that we can start following that for an entry opportunity.
One minute now until we get the US 20-year when issued yield. Ten seconds. When issued 20-year yield 4.877% ahead of the $16 billion auction. So we're now shortly expecting the results from the US 20-year bond auction. I'll lead with the high rate. For spot 876%, for spot 876% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 4 spot 877%. The bid to cover ratio 2 spot 54 to spot 54. So with the when issued, that was a stop through of 0 spot 1 basis points. So in this auction here, the US sold $16 billion and awarded 44 spot 44% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 12 spot 88% of the bond sale, directs 26 spot 47, and indirect 60 spot 64%. So again, high rate of 4 spot 876% compared to the pre-sale when issued yield of 4 spot 877%, which is a stop through of 0 spot 1 basis points. Shortly expecting results from the Fed reverse repo facility. $18 counterparties take $34.999 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. According to a Western official, a small group of military leaders is continuing discussions in Washington to work out options for security guarantees for Ukraine. More comments from a Western official who says that no time frame has been set for discussion as the final decision will lie with political leaders.
At this point, we have seen basically the continuation of price um, on this bullish move that we have seen basically from this point onwards. Um, we are currently sitting here right below the 10 EMA on the C2 time frame, and here at the 50 on our context time frame. So at this point we are still on the sidelines again, because we are still on an overall bearish bias, and we have to wait for alignment here on our context and validation timeframes before looking into a possible entry. At this point, we are 12 minutes away from a high impact news, which will be the FOMC minutes. So we gotta see how that high impact news will somehow basically define how we're gonna see the price action for the rest of the session. So still nothing there for us today, so we will basically keep on waiting to see how price is gonna develop and follow it as soon as we get some valid alignment here on our entry, or basically on our EVC system. And until then, we have just to wait to see how this is gonna develop.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we'll see the release of the FOMC meeting minutes for the July meeting. So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the FOMC meeting minutes for the FOMC's July meeting. One minute remaining for the FOMC meeting minutes.
At this time, we're 30 seconds away from the release of the FOMC meeting minutes. So we're gonna just watch here at this point how price is gonna react to the release of that news and basically to see if there's gonna be some clear establishment of price movement into
10 seconds.
the rest of the session.
So seeing the release of the Fed minutes here then, Some participants said it would not be feasible or appropriate to wait for complete clarity on the tariff's effects on inflation before adjusting monetary policy. Fed staff's real GDP projection through this year and to 2027 was similar to the one prepared for the June meeting. The minutes note that several participants said that the current target range for the federal funds rate may not be far above its neutral level. A couple of participants highlighted the role of a standing repo facility in monetary policy implementation and expressed support for further study and central clearing of the SRF. Participants said that the consensus statement would be designed to be robust across a wide range of economic conditions, and noted that the policy committee was close to finalizing changes to the consensus statement as part of the framework review. So again, a key comment there is a majority saw inflation risks outweighing employment risks from the Fed minutes as well.
So at this time, basically after the release of that red news, we are finally getting some reaction here out of this point here, which is basically some bounce out of the 10 EMA on the context time frame. So we're finally seeing some sellers come in. So we must see if this move is gonna be somehow sustained. At this point, we are finally getting price once again above the EMAs on our context time frame, so we should see this sustained, and from there we have starting to see a move here on our validation time frame with the buildup of a new bearish cycle. So we can put here I would say around all this area here. I would consider this high as a distribution MB, and from there we had basically this small.
And keeping an eye on the markets following the release of the Fed minutes there, seeing now some weakness in the S&P 500.
This flush here.
Dollar did see some strength off the back of this as well.
On the validation time frame, and then basically this MMB1 validated through this move here. So at this point, if we start to get a flush here, a clear flush into the EMAs, into the 20, this could give us some opportunity for an entry.
US Treasury yields pair declines after Fed minutes. 2-year yield last at 3.742%.
So on the validation, we have price here having a touch and surfing the 5. So I just placed a buy stop, sell stop there, based on this double MB, and then an inside double MB here, basically this one here. So inside this MB2, we had a double MB here. So for me, that was kind of additional confirmation on the move. So now we just have to manage the trade. So we had a drawdown here, but it wasn't over the 50%. So the trade is still valid. So we're not putting our stop loss at break even at this point yet. So we will wait to see how this is gonna react. So we're getting here close to our 50% drawdown. So this was basically a move over that 50%. So now we have two things: either price comes and taps us out here for a loss, or price gets here back to our entry point for a break-even trade. That's basically what we are looking at this point. So there are some sellers. Now we have to see if there's going to be enough strength on the selling side to push price lower. So all of this is just basically the rules that we have established for our system. It seems to be, and in this case we had a stop loss tapped. Now we can follow this as a new flush. So let's wait for that and see if that's something that could happen. So this one failed according to our rules. So this one was managed in a good way. So now we're getting here up to the 20 EMA on the validation. Now we must wait for a move of price above this containment line and above rising EMAs to see if that's something that could give us an entry. So we're still at full risk here. We should wait at least for a candle close above this high here to get our stop loss move to break even. So we have to wait for this candle close. So now we can move our stop back to break even. So price is basically getting a hard time here to continue the move. So this sometimes happens. But at this point, what I'm gonna do is just I'm gonna place my take profit around this area here. So let's just wait for that. This is just basically, as I do not like how this is wicking here at this point. So let's just wait for that to see if that could come. So we got there our tap in, our take profit at that point. So I was expecting this at least to come here to validate this MMB, which would be MMB2. But as this is kind of weakening here and it's getting a hard time to continue the move, I just decided to close the trade at this point. So let's go and take a look at the trades that we just took. So we basically were here. We were looking at this high here as an MMB2. Price was above the EMAs at that point on the 10-minute. So I decided just to went ahead. One important thing here worth mentioning is that if we take a look here at this price action, actually the validation point here would have been, or would be, this one here. So to be fully honest, we should wait for a candle close above this high so that we could be enabled to start looking for sells, as we are in this case having price above a distribution MB. In this case, I decided to go ahead and anticipate the move as we were basically getting this reaction from the bounce of the 10 on the C2 time frame inside of a kind of sustained move to the upside. So price was above the rising EMAs at that point. So for me, it was enough to start looking for an entry. And as we can see, this one where we decided to get out kind of early, finally decided to go basically in the direction that we wanted this one to go. But well, I was basically not a big fan at this point to just keep on the trade open inside all of this consolidation. So I was honestly expecting this to fail. So in this case, fail would have meant for me to close at break even. So I decided to take the profit at this point. And now this well certainly made a move higher, and now is once again coming back. So just to mention this here, I believe this is worth mentioning, that the best case scenario would be to wait for this distribution MB to be fully validated, which in this case happened on this candle here, not before. So now, with that into consideration, this is the flush that we had. Let's take a look at that one. At first, I considered this flush. Let's see, which was that one. Maybe that was my mistake, I believe. For yeah, pretty sure of that. For this is the reason. I'm just gonna explain that in a minute. This is the reason that I use the rule of waiting for a touch of the, for getting a touch of the 10 EMA at least, not the 5. Just let me take a look here to where that was. So I basically considered, I remember this flush here. So this was the containment line that I considered at this point. And then I considered MMB1 and MMB2, basically from here. And then I saw that inside this move here, we had, or inside MMB2, we had a double MB coming from this and this. So this was basically the same sell stop here, but with additional confirmation. That's why I decided to step in. But take a look that here I failed to follow my rule of waiting for a touch of the 10. Why is it that I did? I mentioned this earlier, that when we get such moves, sometimes we get a reaction from the 5 and a continuation, but actually that was again my mistake, because normally that happens on the first momentum MB, the MMB1, and this was already MMB2. So honestly speaking, and based on my system, this was my mistake. I should have waited at least for the touch of the 20. So this would have saved me actually this loss here. In terms of management, I had this entry here with a stop loss sitting down here. So I had the tap in, came back, came once again above for around 0.5 R, and then I came back. This still wasn't below or under 50% drawdown, so I let this play. And then as price came down here at this point, I decided to put the stop loss to break even. Then we had a short-term bounce to the downside, but not enough strength of the sellers to get me out here. And this one basically failed and came to take me out of break even here. So in terms of management, that's okay. But the big but here is that I wasn't supposed actually to get involved here. So this would have me, following my rules would have saved me actually this loss here. And after that we had the other entry, which is the one that we actually took, which was from this containment line here. And we got in basically out of this double MB. This was MMB1 validated here, and then we had MMB2, and this here was my this here was my entry. Yeah. So let's go and take a look at this trade here. So this was basically the trade. This was my stop, and then this is how it happened, and I got out, I believe, somewhere around here. So somewhere around here. This is where I decided to get out. I'm just gonna place this just the right way to show it. 23, 30, 33, 50. So that was my entry. And my exit was at 23 to 12.50. That's when I decided to get out with this stop. So yeah, that's basically the trade that I took here for a 1.2 R. And well, why is it that I decided to get out? Because I saw all of this consolidation and I wasn't, in this case, willing to basically see price fail here. I went break even on this candle close, so the trade was at break even. But well, I decided to get out. Then we had this move here, and let's see. So this one still wouldn't be at break even, so the trade made up to, let's see, up to 2.3 R. Actually came here and validated our MMB2. So we certainly could have got out much more profit here, but again, I did not like this price action, and again, this was late in the session. So the other thing here was that I was hesitating here due to the fact that I got in before this distribution MB was validated. So it ended up being validated there. Let's see, around there. So that was before. So I closed before this validation here. But anyway, this was kind of more discretionary from my side at that point, but was a valid entry in terms of the move. The only thing here to consider was this fact that we did not have price still on a validated distribution MB or above a validated distribution MB, but currently on the buildup of that move. So that would have been the only additional thing to note on this move. So we are right now let's see, yeah, we're almost, we're 5 hours into the session, and at this point I am just gonna consider the session closed for today. The majority of this time we were out, so basically this is kind of a pretty boring session. So as we did not have any chance, we had one entry opportunity here right at the start of the session, and from there was basically nothing until this point where we had these two entries. The first one was a mistake in terms of my rules. For someone who trades out of the 5 EMA, this was fully okay. So this is basically my only mistake in terms of management. This was okay, ended up being a loss. And then I had this move here coming from the 20 EMA, that was valid in terms of the tap-in above the containment line, above rising EMAs. But then I decided to close early, so I wasn't willing to just wait for price to come back to break even. And well, it's been so long since the trade entered, since we have the tap in and enter the trade, and this is still basically inside this range here. So I would prefer at this point to just stay out and wait for price to somehow clear out, and maybe wait for tomorrow for better conditions to trade this instrument. So that's it for now. I'm gonna just stop the recording.